Ooh. Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Let's see if everything's back to speed here. Looks like so. Yeah, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I'm watching on my two primary monitors is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment, and that provides a complete, accurate, fully transparent, and fully accountable record. My journal. I take no trades off of the stream. That's a commitment. And I only trade live, real time. Having said that, the intent here is not to provide trade or financial advice, and there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. However, it wouldn't be much of a trading journal if I didn't capture my trades. So, and I don't know exactly how to deal with that dilemma, but this is what it is. And so it's straightforward. There's a big delay on YouTube, so it wouldn't do anybody any good should they try to copy my trades or maybe go the opposite way, whatever. Anyway, every trading day, the stream starts at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All times on my charts, or that I refer to, is Central Standard Time. Now, the software that we're talking about here is Bookmap, which I execute on, and I don't guess it's a big secret what the context is today, how well everything's doing. We're gap down. We've dropped 100 points here overnight. That's in the ES, in the MES. That should say something to somebody. And this is IRT, which is my basic charting package. Again, there's the open, little pop up, and more than 100% short, way down here at the bottom. 100 points essentially. There's 74.61, and we opened them up at about 74. Well, high yesterday, say 74.63 was the high yesterday. So now it's not 100 points overnight, but close. We got up to here. Yeah, we did. We got up to about 150, so it's 90 points. Okay, call me a liar for 90 points. This is IRT. This is my charting package. And let's first start, try to stick to the same procedure every day. What am I doing here? There we go. And let's start with the news and the reports. So we do have some news out today. And here is the economic calendar on financialinvesting.com, which is my old-fashioned favorite. I like it because of the presentation for doing screen snaps and stuff, and it can be filtered for whatever you like, wherever you live, whatever reports you're interested in. It's free. That's why there's these ads. I keep it that way on purpose. A, saves money. B, anybody can have access to the same resources that I'm using here. So it should be, try to make it easy on everyone that would come through the stream. It's the 23rd of July, in case nobody knows that. And we have jobless claims was out at 7:30. Sure, this isn't correct, but, and continuing jobless claims. It's kind of disappointing nowadays, but the Bureau of Labor Statistics has been the former head of Bureau of Labor Statistics was fired by the current administration when the report non-farm payroll came out and was contrary to what the president had been saying was going to happen. So they fired him and they put in somebody that was a White House employee. And now all of a sudden, magically, the numbers changed. So it's, it's a really strange environment to be living and trading in, but that's where we are. Notice that the investing.com basically only deals with traditional economic and financial reports and numbers. And notice that the header of each event changes to a URL when you hover over it. And so if you don't know what initial jobless claims is, you can click that link and find out all about it. Also, we are in earnings season, which is a biggie. Yesterday was both Alphabets and Tesla. Today we have Intel out first, and I don't know what else is going to happen down the road here, but it's too big to post. It's a huge, now up to 4 or 5, scrolls with the mouse. So investing.com, go to earnings. You can see all about it yourself. No problems. And the other news source that I keep track of is Financial Juice, which is similar in that it's got a calendar on this side, the left. Oh, Jesus, again, he's going to speak at 1:30 again today. Wow. Yesterday was 2 o'clock. Anyway, and on the right side is kind of a squawk box. Now, this highlights one of the reasons why I keep Financial Juice up. You will never see a non-financial related, unless it's well planned in advance, event in investing.com. Because it's not traditional economic or financial news. Financial Juice does pull these kinds of events in because everybody recognizes now that Trump speaking could have a substantial risk to our auction. It's not anything to do with political comment. It's to do with risk management that I appreciated. Fundamental job today of a trader is to preserve your account. The initial way that you do that, or the most foundational approach, is risk management. You cannot manage risk if you don't know it's coming. And so I appreciate when they pull these potential things like at 1:30 today, I won't be anywhere around a trade. That's for sure. Same way with yesterday at 1400. And that's just strictly from a risk management point of view. I don't care what the guy says, who he's from, who elected him, who you voted for. I don't care. But if you're a trader, you better care about your account and you better care about risk management. And if there's a potential risk to your account and your trades, you need to consider that. So there we go. And then on the right side over here is like a continuing squawk box, which is handy because a lot of times they won't pick stuff up. Or, for example, True Social tweets. Nobody knows about that. We all know that they can have a huge impact on the market instantly on the auction, and they'll try to pick those up over here in the squawk box side. So that's really a good tool. Now let's get on to the pre-market, which shouldn't be a big question to anybody. Here's an example. This is Blue Boy on Bookmap here. This is Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line that I slap on the first print of each session. So here's the first print of the ETH session last night. And here we are today. Here we are right now. Is there any question in your mind what has happened overnight? What the context is? Really? Yeah. It's way down, straight down. If you look over here at investing.com or Investor RT, this little white nub down here, I'll explain all these charts in a second, but this little white nub right here is where we're trading presently. So we have fallen completely out of this micro composite. Below all of these, the market is correcting seriously down right here. All right, so this is Investor RT, my old-fashioned charting package, which is having trouble keeping up. And to be honest with you, it's a dilemma for me what to do. This is my micro tab. Let me first start by saying that if you notice the header of any of these windows or these charts is the instrument, the period, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. Now, there's a chart name, but that doesn't mean anything to anybody. That, just that's what I named it. So this is the MES. It's a Renko chart, 12-tick Renko, and this is the full session. I'll change that after the session starts. So this is yesterday's RTH session. Close, open, and there we are. Massive sell-off. Way short inventory. We have an outside day. We have a gap down. So gap rules will be in apply. So we'll outside day, all that stuff. This is the NQ, same story. Let me get it over here. Oh, come on now. This is the NQ. Same idea. MNQ, I'm sorry. Yesterday, overnight. This is my higher time frame micro composite chart, and this is a MES daily candles day session. So each one of these is an RTH trading session. That was yesterday. We're opening way down here tonight, just like we did Friday to, this is Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Boom, Friday, okay? And we're blowing out of that again. So, and this is the market profile, which I don't change from ES to MES, but I do change from full session to RTH session. I have a similar tab here. Same exact story, but for the minis instead of the micros. So what do we have going on here? Well, the way this works again is each one of these is a full session, full RTH trading session. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. When the price doesn't overlap, I start a new one. Simple as that. May be wrong. I have no clue. But I am consistent with what I do, and I don't change it all the time to fit what I'm thinking. I don't think that's a good idea. That's just me. So wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, which generates a micro composite VPOC, which generates these high and low volume nodes represented by the red and green lines. And those high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap. The values push to bookmap, as do the session prices. Let's see something about volume right now. Ooh, look at there. Real high volume on top of everything else. This is serious, boys and girls. So, bookmap, all right? We just looked at it a minute ago. I've already explained Blue Boy. Now, the way the columns work is as follows, right to left, micro composite, where I manually enter things that I've I manually enter these values. The high and low volume nodes here, which are automatic from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile and delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. The statistics column, which is really higher, really important for me. Notice yesterday was higher in range. Guess what it's going to be today? Lower out of range. Session prices. This is the full level 2 book at all prices. Resting liquidity. This is ask. This is down below here is bid. And these are session prices. I don't use any indicators on my IRT or bookmap because I'm a firm believer in the KISS principle. So we just have volume, probability or statistics, and price. POC, full session, RTH, POC, full session. POC, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the overnight, 76.25 is the price at which the most contracts have traded, which is about 2,843. The minute one of these other prices trades 2,844, this yellow line will move there. There's a Globex or RTH VWAP, a Globex VWAP, and a mid for the RTH. That's about it. The lines are just self-explanatory. You know, there's the IB high, the IB low. Those kind of confuse people sometimes. Right there's the IB high because of the naming. It's whoever decided the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session was the initial balance, but someone did, probably Pete Stottlemyre, I guess, who's the guy that developed and invented market profile. But anyway, that's all these levels are. It's the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Statistic around them that's important. Everybody tracks it. There's the previous high. There's the overnight low. You know, here we are. So the statistics. Let's establish the statistic open type for the day, and it should be pretty obvious, but here we go. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, that's way up above us. So we're lower than the close, and we are, here's the RTH low is way above us also. So we are gap down or lower out of range. First thing I do is change the title on the column. Because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, if I see the column title, and I know I do this every day, I don't have to hunt around for the open and the close and all that stuff to see what the relationship was. I can tell right here by looking, there's the close, for example, that it's a gap down. And the next thing we need to do is clear the statistics from yesterday, because guess what? They're from yesterday. And we'll go get the statistics for today's lower out of range and the applicable to the associated prices. And that happens right here. Now, there's yesterday. IRT highlights the correct column after the open, so that's cool. And it changes the text color from black to blue when the level's been revisited. So here we are, lower out of range. Of the days of the most recent 1,833 trading days, we opened lower out of range 277 of them. Of the days we opened lower out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 71.8 times. Overnight volume point of control 71.8. And that right there is just as difficult as it gets. Now I'm just going to go down the list over here. The next one is the overnight low, which is 71.5. Huh? And that's down here. And I'm going to open this up a little bit so that these things align, because it's hard for me to get the prices to align with the statistics to align with the prices, and I'm just ACD enough to that matters. Overnight mid is 67.1. And remember, these are just probabilities. This is the probability of revisiting this price based on 1,800 and whatever it is, 33 days. Look back. That's all. That's how statistics work. It's really not, as the saying goes, is not rocket science. The previous, what am I doing here? The previous low is 63.9. Way somewhere, way above us up here someplace. There's a previous close. So the low's got to be along here somewhere. I don't see it, but we'll figure it out in a minute. The problem is these things get, they're overlapping, right? So here's the previous low. There's the IB low, the previous low, and then, yeah, so it's all right here, right under this statistic. So that's the previous low. I'm just going to throw it down here, and we're going to call it 63.9. And that's the P low. We know it's not right at that price, but what are you going to do? What else is new here? IB low, same story. They're all the same, and I'm not going to bother with that one. Overnight high is 30.3. They're not really excited about getting up there, are they? Yeah. Let's go up one tick. I hate that. What else we have here? Beep, 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 beep. Overnight high is 30.3. Did we put, oh, that is that one, 30.3. We just did it. Well, there you go. I'm ahead of myself here. Previous POC 28.9. My, right there. Huh? This is the POC. The problem with this, is, I want to be sure that's right. IB high. Where's the IB high? Thought I saw that go by. I do. Did I? The IB high is 67.9. Really? And we have to put the initials, right? Because if we don't, when the price opens, we're going to immediately move from here. So I'm going to wonder what the hell that was. Remember the definition, it's the high and low of the first 1 hour. So the minute we open, price is going to go way down below the open. And I think this is something here. This is probably that's the previous close. Why did I have that? 40.4, there we go. I'm not doing very good here today, boys. Got a lot going on. Wait a minute, is that right? Previous close? Yeah, 44 point. I'm going to quit right there on this, on the statistics, because I need to do something else right now that I do every day. And that's the TLab snap. And that is, you ask yourself, what the hell is that? Well, it's something, that's for sure. I can promise you that, it's something. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who is a it is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And this is why you hear how I fumble around trying to multitask. That's because that's exactly why I don't and why I stream. Anyway, it's started by Tom B. And it is this snap every morning at about 8:20 to give any traders in there all the numbers they might need. Plus, I post the news around 6 in the morning. It's Tom is a 48 years experience or something like that. Hey, Anton. We took out everything. Yeah, we took out everything. You know, yesterday afternoon was so weird. I typed that thing, hit enter, and my whole office went black. I can't imagine the timing and what happened to my UPSs. I still don't know what happened, but anyway, it's, let's hope it doesn't happen again. Yeah, quite a dump. 100 handles, actually. 100 handles. Anyway, Tom B, in this, you're not solicited by anything in the TLab. I don't participate in there at all like I used to. But I still feel a nice bunch of people, and tip my hat every day. Those two posts. So there you go. A lot of good. Oh, it's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trading room, but good advice. So there you go. TLab. That's every day. Now back to what I was doing here. In order to trade with Bookmap, which is, I suppose you will agree, a good idea. I don't know what. Yeah, it's going to happen today, but let's see. The first thing you've got to do is activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock button and then selecting an account you're going to use to trade with. I'm not going to use the more of those tools in the trade control panel, so I can click the button again. It stays green, and I've got all of my metrics reflected up here, and I've got cancel and close. You don't have to have these up here, but I like them because I get my real estate back, and I still have all the functionality. Also, from my point of view, I have to decide what statistics this is pushing to, and I'll be real honest with you. I don't know where this web journal is. I've never even looked at it. Isn't that bizarre? But anyway, I'm going to have to do that one of these days. I'm using got multi-bracket set up here temporarily. I'm going to set it up with this high volatility one. This is the multi-account trading. It's got the right one. Oh, there's some new stuff they pushed out that, Anton, that you'll be interested to look at, I think. I'll have to figure out where they went. Strength level add-on, and it's got some crazy stuff. We'll look at it after the open. I've got the 9:30 departure for TAM this morning, which sucks, but you know, it is what it is. Obviously, way gap low, 100 points. Do I think there's going to be any responsive selling? Who knows? This is, I think, the shock of reality setting in. And I don't know what Trump's stream was. Yeah, I didn't stop it. It just went off. Boom. And I, just as I was getting ready to go out and get TAM, and because Trump was speaking at 2, I knew I wasn't going to be doing anything. So, but my whole office just went dark. I don't know why. I've got a backup UPS, which runs all the monitors and all the machines, and the whole shittery went boom. I don't know what caused it, but it was something I want to get to the bottom of, because that's obviously not something you want to have happen when you're in a trade. I don't know what it was. Other than my ex-wife is, turning over in her grave and figured out a way to screw with me some more. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't know what Trump's speech was about. I'm sure he's, trying to build the case for tipping over the midterms, I suppose. I don't know. He was apparently campaigning in Georgia against that fella that's down there. I don't know what's going on, and bombing people and killing people. And this is the administration that was going to stop all wars. And it's really weird. So here we are. We're getting ready to open now in 2 minutes, or a minute and change. I'm sure IRT is going to fall over, so I'm not even going to bother worrying about that anymore. My test day before yesterday was to not, that's why I delayed the stream an hour. And it didn't have any effect because some suggestion that OBS was sucking the oxygen out of the room, and that's with all the streaming, which makes sense, but it's not. So yeah, here we are. Needless to say, gap low, hook in, hang on. And Einstein's going to be talking again today. He's got some, I'm sure he's going to be tweeting like crazy, but he's got something going on at 1 or 1:30. Frustrating. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Wow. Down the wrong pipe there. All right. So about 30 seconds, and I'm sure it's going to be a delay everywhere, every which way but loose. There we go. No, we aren't. Now, this is 3 points, 2.5 points here. We've got such a gap. So, there's that. Outside day and a gap lower. So we got them all going. We got them all going our way. And there you go. Now, you see how everything reset just perfectly? Oh, wait. It didn't. That was me double clicking it. And IRT is just launched off on a big lag mission here. Well, there we go. Now I need to get my my session. Oops, where am I going here? Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Change these sessions from full session to RTH. But there's such a lag, it won't even pull up the 40-second lag over here. It won't even pull up the window. There we go. Thank you. Good morning. How are you, IRT? I guess you're having a lovely day today. And I have done everything in my power, but programmatically to set this to the most priority on the CPU and everything else. It's just doesn't want to play nice. Oh, well, I think it's just a simple case of too much data, too old a program. Same problem as me, probably. But that's kind of important because it does a few things I need. Okay, go away, Mr. Thing. All right. And there we have it. Well, we're getting a little pop up here. Now, if they close the outside day in the gap, I'll be kind of surprised. Needless to say. I don't even think we'll get close to the POC, but you never know. Well, you never know. And of course, the Bureau of Labor Statistics is busy massaging the numbers, so you kind of forget about those, I think, anymore until we get a new group back there. Ever since they fired the director and put in the White House employee guy, mysteriously and magically, the numbers, the labor numbers always seem to improve. Jesus Christ. Pretty crazy. Well, look at them go. Responsive buying, huh? I, have nothing I could do at this point. And I'm got to leave it right at 9:30 when the OB is going to, or the IB is going to set. So that's just magic. Yeah, well, it's just been. Now, if you were trading the magic principal here, he's long and he's just happier than a pig in the mud. He's up 55, 70, he's up 20 handles. Right there. That's something to be really aware of. For me, I get really upside down quickly with the perspective of scale here. If I were to, because of the way Bookmap does this, if I want to make sure that I've got some perspective of scale, which is my usual 1 point high, I can't do it because it's trying to keep all the data in view. You know, I can't do it. So here's, for example, there's the open, right? Pop down, pop up, and we're, well, where's the open? Opens at 53 and we're trading at 73. We're trading up 20 handles. Magic. Well, let's get Blue Boy on the job. Wake up, you lazy dog. Wake up, lazy dog. See if I can do this without getting that order on that I don't want. That's probably pretty close. Now we can widen them out to like 5 minutes or something here. And still can't scale it. It's still scaling. It's still tracking off the map, off the window. At one, and I'm not even at 1 point yet. 50 cents. Let's get down there. Let's try to catch into 1 point. I try to keep it one price high. There we go. There's one price high, $1 high. So there's 4 ticks in each one of these increments, and it just continues to zoom. And to Anthony, if you're around, you're making money hand over fist with these VPOC migrations, I guess. There's one now. We're 5 minutes wide on the scale, and 1 point high. Hopefully that's. And here's the gap low from the 20th. So we're just sneaking up on. There's our open right below everybody. The gap low on the 20th is right there. That's what this is referencing. This is the 20th. Well. Right there, I should say, sorry. Yeah, the gap low was when we opened. I mean the close of the 20th and the gap high of the 21st. Sorry. Stumbling around here. Oh. It was 104 or 5 over here yesterday afternoon. On top of everything else. And I don't know what's going on with that storm, but it's bouncing along the bottom headed this way, so that's just magic. The smallest increment I can use to track that quick magic, the magic box is 1 minute. So I was trying to do that. I was doing that last night over here. And the original magic box is 30 seconds. is Einstein speaking again? I don't even remember now. 13:30, he's going to talk again, apparently. What else is going on here? We only had one actual U.S. number out today, and that was initial jobless, which of course is massaged all over, up and down and back and forth. And continuing. So that's the only real stuff that was out today so far. Oh, it's all this. This is Trump. The Trump bump. Jesus Criminy Christ. Won't someone rid me of this turbulent priest? How prolific was Henry II, huh? I didn't realize. I actually Googled that this morning to see if I was just making that old saying up, or I had just heard it so many times it's like an urban legend. Actually, it's attributed to Henry II in 1170. Obviously about the Bishop of Canterbury, but yeah. I didn't want to be misquoting, But boy, I can certainly understand his. I can understand his thinking. Very definitely. Well, yeah, and the market does go up to go down and goes down to go up. That's because it's a zero-sum game. That's, absolutely the case. And all those high time frame people were taking the other side of all that, of all the buying. But I think that these big gap downs and stuff like this, especially when that's happened at night, in the overnights, that's, I think, driven by something else. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's see now. I better get my shit together here. Let me think about this for a second. I'm on cat patrol and on everything. I gotta go make sure the neighbor's place is okay. And it's so freaking hot. I don't want any animals, stuck out or. Well, you got something up there at 90. You got a big pile of liquidity on my stuff here anyway, laying at 90. And that's essentially not nearly the gap closed from yesterday, but we're just getting up to that gap of we just crossed it, of the 20th right here, the gap low. Which is right, where are you? Right there. That's the closing price there. And that's where we just hit. So if you want to stop and think about this, does that mean since this was a buy and then this is a big buying tail, right? No, I'm sorry, selling tail. That means was this the squeeze? That doesn't make sense. Then we open gap up here and haven't closed that gap, nor have we. And this is not quite an inside bar, but this one is in overlapping. And then we gap way down here. Go figure. So these guys, this was squeezing out the shorts, squeezing out the longs. And what was this? Squeezing out the selling? Yeah, I don't know. Oof. Confusing. I'll tell you one thing, this market must be driving people that are trading, that are swing trading or trading on a lot higher time frame completely crazy. That would be my guess. It would be me. That's for frickin' sure. And what are we doing? Well, IRT is just plugging along over here with its apoptosis. That's lovely. That's just lovely. And we got a huge range, 86 to 40. So we got a 40 handle range here, almost exactly. So each one of these is 10 points. I'm going to go cruise outside real quick and make sure that all the animals are under control. It's heating up. It hasn't gotten too hot yet, but it's already 28 according to that machine. This is 92 according to the old one. I think I might have told you this yesterday. My son sent me a screen snap of the thermometer on the dash of all the cars nowadays. From Denver, for Christ's sake, was 106. That's like way, way, way unusual. $90 to $93, yeah. Okay, well, that 90's the big. What's up here at 93? Oh, Jesus, the overnight mid's way up here at 98. Wow. Wow. Go off. Okay. Ooh, look at us go. Well, sorry, I had the wrong window going there, I guess. Pick up the little Vietnamese tiger here pretty quick. Get my whip in my chair. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, well, I was shocked. I told him to stop putting a hairdryer on this thermometer thingy in the car just to try and impress me, but no, it was hotter than stink yesterday too. It was like 103 or 4 up there. And it was 104 here. Who says climate warming? Global warming's a thing. Trump said not, so we know. He's the most intelligent guy on the earth, so Jesus. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna roust her out in another couple of minutes, and then I'm gonna be hitting the streets here at the bottom of the next hour. Pretty close to the open. Well, I guess that IB high push up there was one of my, was the location for one of my asymmetric trade locations. Of course, why wasn't this? Why wasn't this? Why wasn't this? That's the whole story. All of them, right? It's so, that whole hindsight thing is a real insidious trap. Well, they're still going to keep banging around over here. I mean, if you listen to anybody that's a lot smarter than I am, which could be your milkman, you know. But I mean, when it comes to trading, yeah. Why has the damn market been going up, right? We're in a quagmire war that's starting to turn into being Vietnam all over again. We've got a less than maybe experienced and questionably competent squad leading the charge here. We've spent $37 billion so far, $37.5 billion so far on that war. There's no even close, you know, even remote close in ending in sight that I can see or that I hear about. People are being laid off right, left, and center. Inflation's going up because of that war. Now oil and everything else. What the hell why is the market going up? That's been my contention for a while. And apparently it's just, maybe it's those, you know, everybody getting, they're letting them get as long as they can, and then they're going to hammer them, you know. We maybe are finishing the market goes up stage, and now we're getting into the market goes down stage, to go down stage. I don't know. Yep. Yipper. Where is this now? What are we doing? Who's on third? Everything's okay. Well, fingers crossed my world doesn't go dark. That was so weird. And it was just, the timing was incredible. It was the split second I hit enter, everything, the whole place went black. All 6 monitors out. Machines all quiet, no lights anywhere. It was the weirdest thing. Especially weird because I have a UPS that runs the whole thing. And why that? So I don't think it was a power thing. I don't know. More freaking fun. You keep testing that open. Well, the POCs are doing the square dance over here. Jesus Christ. I think I got my IRT set up, reconfigured last night over here. Whoops. Let's get this up here to today. There we go. There's the today thing. Now this is pushing this normal setup that I have today over here, but I reconfigured this to where I can run try the magic box. I think I can back test the magic box. Just for fun. Got to do something to keep me sane here. So that's working okay. Let's see here. What else can I talk about while we're thinking here? Oh, yes. I started looking at some of the stuff I don't usually do last night. For example, this is the outside day. Edgeful looking back 2 years on the MES. Cash session. Bearish outside day. 88% probability we close it. Looking back 2 years. By 11 o'clock. This is by time too, which is something else I think is important to do. That's just the outside day. So that's to the range, yesterday's range, not gap. Grasping at straws here, dude. I can't say that my nature would be to go long anywhere down here, looking to trade up to that, close the gap. But the statistics say that's the thing to do. By 11 o'clock, mind you. Let's look back a few more years. Am I in the right window? Oh, miracle. Let's look back here. Now, I'm kind of thinking that along the lines, well, 86 is dropping off a little bit. What would something that happened 3 or 4 years ago be applicable in today's administration regime environment? Probably not. That's why I shut it at 2 years. Let's see, even 5 years, what that does. Well, it's all, pretty much exactly the same. So what does that say? Go long? Just throw a long on down here somewhere at the open or wherever else it is and look out? I mean, I guess that's a possibility. But then reality starts oozing in, where do you put the stop? What's your risk? That's the key. I mean, the big one is risk management. And in the rearview mirror, well, I got long right here at this IB low, and I'm worth, I put all the kids through school, and Of course I didn't do any of that shit. But that's the statistic. 88.4% of the days where we were an outside day, we closed that outside gap or whatever you want to call it, or that opening by 11 o'clock in the morning. And only 11.5% of the time. Now here's the problem. Well, I guess that means that 20% of the time this says that 88.46, and that would be 99% of the time. I can't believe that we closed nearly 100% of the outside days. Am I reading that right? Oh, sorry. We'll be reading it right on the right window, I guess. It's like, what days didn't we do that? Is there a didn't do it, or by size, or by weekday? This is a little different now. Now you see, this is on Thursday, outside day. Oh, okay. This is the start. You got to start. I'm finding out here that I have to start and not get my perspective screwed. 54% of the time, we closed the outside day when it was a bearish outside day on a Thursday. Looking back 2 years on the MES, 46% of the time we did not reverse. That's 28 days. Oh, wait a minute. That's only 13 bearish days in 2 years. Not much for data. Let's see something else. And of those, here we go. Of those 46 days, we closed 31 of them. We closed 31 of them. We reversed back up and closed them. Of the 31 days where we closed the gap, 88% of them were closed before 11 o'clock. That's a lot more. Well, I'll look into that. Really good idea. I'll look into that. And that's something that I would be easily able to do, I think, on TradingView, which is, I know, as Magic said, it's not really very good data because bar data, but yeah, very good. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that. Right now, I'm looking into getting my shit together to go take the tiger. Here we go, down. I used to know something about that. Let me think about that statistic. Good question. And a good thing to think. Yeah, a good way to go. Here we go now. We're going to look at a new low. They weren't interested in closing that gap or closing the outside day. It doesn't appear. Or is this a VPOC? Is this a good mean reversion entry? Make sure this gives up. What Edgeful does have, which I have yet to use or talk about here, but which I've seen that one guy use a lot, is the AI, where you can ask it exactly the question you just asked me. And so, let me see what this says. What's going on here? I can't spell. See what the hell this does, if anything. I have no clue. I never did this one before. But I've seen somebody, one of those Edgeful fellas, obviously showing it off or whatever. So it's thinking. Oh, here we go. There you go. Can you read that? You can, right? Hey, Antonio, bom dia, tudo bem, my brother. Muito caliente over here, I'll tell you. It was 106 or 7 up in Denver, and yesterday was 104 here, which is 30 a million. I don't know. 39 or some crap. Jesus, dude. Davis, get us out of here. Send us first class tickets to Portugal. I'm packing right now. Anyway, there is the, oh, I forgot to put ES. Oops. Well, I guess there we are. I'll have to look at these reports and see what that says, because that's obviously filtered for the ES. I hate anything to do with that ICT shit. I just shy away from it, but that's stupid. I mean, all that guy did was rename old Wyckoff stuff. His fair value gap and all that is a Wyckoff liquidity gap. It's from, the early 1900s. A smart, clever guy. He made a lot of money by selling people stuff, this ICT fellow, but I just have a real aversion to him, and I'm bad that way. So let's see what this says here, and I will, because I'm a donut, I'll screen snap this. There we go. Now I can follow those directions. Okay, let's see what the hell this report says. I got a few minutes before the squad happened. ICT, where'd it go? I don't see anything about ICT here, do I? Wait a minute. I've seen them before, I know. Okay. Well, I was going to try to look at the report and see if there's some adjustments to it or not. But anyway, let's... Yeah, comparison candle, commonly the midnight open. Yeah, that part I understand. I don't even see these reports here, to be honest with you, and I know I've seen them before. Maybe I nuked them somehow. Well, when I'm back from TAM, we'll dig into it further here. I'm trying to figure out why I don't see it on these reports. I thought it was called ICT. CT. Ah, there we go. Opening retracement. So, and it would be pretty easy to do in the, I think with something else here. Hold on. Oh, shit. I don't want MES. Oh, yeah, ES. You like ES, so let's go with there. Well, it's apparently thinking pretty hard over here. That's maybe too many years, maybe, I don't know. There we go. So let's see how we can set this thing up. I don't know anything about it. I never looked at this chart before, or report or whatever. Let's see what the standard stuff says. By weekday, by size, by time fill, by fill time. I guess that would be 5 minutes. We need to put that in the custom thing. Which candle measures do you want? Open, high, low, close. I got to think about all this. Which candle to compare to? 0. All weekdays. Oh, this is a problem. I've had this problem over here before where it only quits at like 15 minutes. You can't get down to 5. Well, let's see what happens with 15 minutes. Candle to use all weekdays. What's this? Thursday. Which candle to compare? 0, 0, I guess. Open. Save. I don't know what any of this is going to do. Perfect. Retraced before, after. Open below. Retrace to the open at the open. Retracement time is 15 minutes on Thursday. Let's see if he's got a little... he doesn't have a picture down here. I don't think. No, he doesn't have one of his little groovy pictures down there. I'll have to read this and see what this text actually said. All right, I'm going to get skedaddle in here for the door and make sure I've got the princess delivered to the salt mine properly. What else is going on? Let's see. The music is musicking. The thing's on the right window. Stream is still streaming. It hasn't fallen on its head. Boy, that was so weird yesterday. I don't like that at all. But it's definitely a good reason to make sure that any trades you're taking, if you're trading live, are server side. Any of your brackets are server side, because that can happen out of no place. And if you can't get back on, it can be a real costly experiment. Let's see, we're doing that. Yeah, you don't have to do this. Oh, well, wait a minute. Oh, I bet I know what I did wrong up here. I bet I need to put the candle time as not 00. I need to put the candle time at 8:30. That's what I'm betting. There we go. Where'd it go? Open 8:30. There we go. Must compare a candle before the opening of the session. Well, that's horseshit. That's not what I want to do. Okay, never mind. Guess I'll have to do something else. That's not what I want. I understand exactly what you're asking. It makes good sense to me. This thing is not one to do that. Some bullshit with this crazy guy, I suppose. All right, I gotta go. Sorry, I'm getting all excited thinking about this. Well, look here. I've been asking it a couple different questions while I was waiting for Tam. I got to go now though, so I'm going to switch it back to the. I'll switch it back to the book map chart. If you can see this one, grab it. Otherwise, I'll show it up when I get back.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
All right, back. What did we do here? Well, we did some serious selling off from that open, huh? Oof. I didn't read this thing actually. There's AI before I left. I'm going to do that now. Oh, these days are frustrating. Well, there's the there's a perfect IBF, right? IB failure right there. Boy, is that ever classic. Classic Jurassic, and a big sell-off too. 20 handles. Gee, many Christmas. Timing is everything. Son of a gun. What does this say? So this thing is offering, if I retest, if I upload the data, it's saying it'll do this, help do that. So that, if I'm not mistaken, that's useless. But anyway. Well, that's, I guess we know where that went. There's the IBF. Boy, is that perfect. I don't know what is. I'm sure this has taken an IB failure, the old beauty over here. Yeah, it is right there. There's the A, there's the B, there's the trigger, and Bob's your uncle. But it took a stop. Wait a minute. Can that be true? Let's look at that. Too tight a stop. Okay. What else? What else? Oh, I think I know what's wrong here. Yes, I do. Should be this one. Boom. Now we're talking. I think. Let's see here. Don't want the retrace. We want a breakout, baby. Breakout. Break out of here. 8:30 to 9:30, 1500. Boop. Yep. And there's the breakout, and there are the two targets. There's target one. We haven't taken target two yet, so that breakout is perfect. IB failure. Perfectly works, right? With the pre-designed code. Wow. Well, maybe I should just let this thing do the trading and keep the hell out of the way, huh? But it is kind of refreshing to know that the code, as it was conceived, is working right along. And who knows about today, of course. Wait a minute here. I think I need to do something up here. Oh, session closed. No, that's correct. Oh, I thought that needed to stay open. Let me check. Yeah, this is what we want to do. And get rid of the one from last night. Sorry, I didn't do any of this stuff before I left. Okay. Wow, what an IB, huh? 41 points on the IB. Wow. Wow. Well, Tom ought to be streaming in case anybody's wondering over there. Entry, target 1, target 2, stop. Stop scales to entry on T1. So there you go. I don't know what else to do. Don't know what else to do here. There should be no doubt in anybody's mind what context is up to. And look at this now, where it, 2 handles wide here on the scale in order to encompass this sell-off. I don't think I need any of this stuff down here anymore. See if we have any naked volume points of control below us here. 88.5 is the last naked one down here. And the naked MCVPOC below us is 72.22. All right. Mega gapitosis over here. Well, I would certainly not try to do anything weird here, I don't think. And I'm just new or back on the game. 1 hour after the IB. Boy, that IB continuation was a perfect, absolutely perfect setup by any way you want to look at it. Even the my systems, the old TLab idea. Not anything from the edgeful retracement setup, however. Oh, and when's Trump talking? Something's going on here. Trump, potential incoming Trump dump here. There we go. Yeah, I knew something was up. Let's see. He's speaking at 1:30, but he's also talking right now. So, 10:28. That's now. Caution. And then, and Levitt is talking. Uh, Trump hates Camp David. I wonder why he keeps pulling that rabbit out of the hat every once in a while, like a threat. And then they never went there. But apparently, according to all reporting, he hates Camp David. I guess there's not enough gold crap around. Yeah, so there's a lot of Trumpery afoot right now. And that blonde, what's her name, Levitt? I saw a really funny stat. I don't have any idea if it's true, but I believe that it probably is. Levitt, the press secretary, what is her first name? Caroline, maybe? Levitt. She just had a baby. She's closer to the age of her baby than she is to the age of her husband. So I guess he probably fits right in with the Trump / Epstein / all of those guys concept. I didn't realize that she's not. If I remember what I heard correctly, she's not 30 yet. Levitt chick. Conveniently, her husband is a billionaire. So, what a surprise! I thought that was a pretty interesting stat, though. Well, I'm sort of on my back foot here, like what's new, but I guess I'll have a look at what happens when we get up here to this IB and see if there's anything that presents itself. Make sure I'm ready to go here. Let's check. Yeah, 2 lots. Okay. Hi, Panda. What's up? What's up, Panda? How are you? How you doing there, Miss Panda Danda? Little panda kitty. Big panda kitty, not little. It's a big girl. I think I just basically missed my whole opportunity here, but, you know, life's what happens, isn't it? I'm not really sure I understand this one, to be exactly honest with you. This entry should be up here, and the trigger should not be in, I mean, the stop should not be until the bottom line of this zone. So I'm not sure what happened there. I'll have to have to analyze that. That should be the entry, and the stop should be there. Why this did that, I don't know. But anyway, it is all in. Remember that anything that's done in system development, back testing, or forward testing is in the simulated IRT environment. So it's, I mean, I'm not stupid enough to push this stuff out. The way I traded this previously until it essentially lost its edge there was I would wait for the A, B, and the trigger and immediately replicate the entry in Bookmap. And yeah, it was about as efficient as you can imagine. Maybe not. Okay, Panda. Mm-hmm. Well, let's see now. Shall I just sing? Would that be a good idea? Well, maybe not. So Levitt and company are still on the. Oh no, she's just ended her remarks at 10:45, so a couple of minutes ago, and Trump was busy. I don't know where he was or what he was doing, but he was busy chiming in apparently. I kept seeing red stuff from Trump over here. Here's the. This is all Levitt stuff. Yeah, me too. I just didn't always forget to type that stuff. I was busy looking into the various. Here we are at another VPOC, another IB failure, is it? Or a retest up here from the bottom. I'd be a little spooked right now, actually. I was reading over, looking at that Edgeful's thing again. Here it says I corrected it, and it says yes, you're right, and blah 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 blah. So I'm going to continue this conversation with whatever this thing is, and why I need to provide the data, I'm not sure. I got to read it again and make sure, but it says it'll go back and look at that for me if I want it to help me. So we'll see what turns of that. Trump and Levitt just got through talking a couple of 10 minutes ago, 20, I guess now. I heard an interesting statistic, which I hadn't realized you were gone. About her that I didn't know, the press secretary. I didn't realize that she's not 30 yet. And she just had a baby. And an interesting tidbit about that is she's closer to the age of her newborn baby than she is to her husband. Apparently he's in his 60s, I guess, or more. And is a billionaire or something. I don't know anything about him really, but interesting. I guess he likes them young too. Fits right into with the administration, I guess. So what are we going to do here? Are we going to short this test of the IB low? I'd be kind of afraid of that, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not. Just, gossip, news gossip. I don't remember where I saw it. Midas or who knows. And who cares, really? It's kind of interesting. Who cares? Well, it took a stop. T1 and then it trailed and took the stop. So that's working just as planned. I got to add a dashboard here to see what this actually was. What was it? It's 44 to 23, so 20 handles for the first T1, because this is based on percentages of the IB, and it's so big. Again, just fun stuff. What is the thing? What is it? All the stats say about it so far. I don't know what any of this. The problem I have with this one here, I think it's because of the useless plan that I have. It doesn't give you any, I can't send it back in time, any kind of meaningful. This is at May 31st to July 23rd is the period there. Well, that's not much of anything, right? June 2nd, and what's this? The 23rd, right? Yeah. That's meaningless, kind of, I think. Coming back to your open over here, though. Well, if they were to close the outside candle and close the gap, that would be quite the day. Quite the day. Nice. Very nice. I was not standing here, but that's really nice. Yeah, where was that? 2428. Oh, it's right down here. Here, okay. Cool. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on there. There's liquidity parked out there that's been there a while. There's the VWAP in the mid. So a lot of things happening there for sure. And that, remember 50 and 60, how popular those have been over the last few days. That's the opening swing low at 46 there too. All right. Yeah, when it comes through these peaks. Good. That's a good way to approach it. I wish I'd have seen you along and been on the same side with you there. And now are they going to trade it up to the POC again and the open and all of that stuff, or turn it around and hammer it? I have no idea. Right now it is a big doji. What would they be waiting for? Only Intel reporting tonight. I don't know. Trump's talking at 1. Yeah. It's another more speech or whatever. A lot of obstacles in the way to get it passed up here to make some headway back to the open or the POC, as far as just old-fashioned, meat on the bone and obstacles and all that. We'll see now if they get through all of this stuff. Probably not even like a hot knife through butter, probably. Oh, no problem there, I guess. I have to keep reminding myself that because I see these levels on my chart, probably nobody else does. So, who gives a shit? Who cares? The liquidity was probably much more important. This liquidity at 50 was probably a lot more important than these levels or whatever. VWAP, a lot of people watch, I believe. Seems like it's cooled down a bit here, I think. Let's hope. And there's POC. So much for the so much for my obstacles. And you're open. There you go. Oh, well, there's the first pullback to the 25% line since the IB happened. So there is the first qualified edge full trade. I just noticed that after all this time. It's way out of the time zone, but or pretty much, but for me, but there's the IB stat. And this is the first pullback to the 25. Look at there. Blow me down. I get pretty lost. Yeah, I like listening to his voice and stuff too, and I, you know, as a guy, but I get pretty lost trying to follow along. And it's like anything else. I can be well, never mind. For my money, I never saw this anywhere, but in my opinion, this kind of price action resulting in a deep extension and then a reversal back and quite a bit of travel. You know, we're talking about 25, 30 points here. It pretty much nullifies any of the edge fall, you know, retrace and any of those things. Perhaps on the other side of the mean reversion side, where you look at the, you know, breakout and then go back up, that might be one. But taking this long from the 25 or short from the 25, it doesn't make much sense to me at this point after this much price action. Just personally. What do you want, Bandy? You're giving me the Wookiee stare. What is it? I'm still amazed about some. I mean, yeah, I like listening to Tom too, and that's why I ended up continue to remain a supporter of the TLab. But I am still amazed at people that I bump into, like this one, the guy that does the fence thing. Older guy, was a arbitrage professional trader, blah blah blah. Makes common sense. Do this. Not any, no ambiguous stuff. When the bar does this and it pulls back to there, this is what you do. You know, that kind of precise thing. And I just find it hard to believe that someone like that is just shit crap, I guess, because it doesn't test out or back or forward test well, and it's a real simple strategy. So it would be real appealing to me. I don't know whether, I'm sure it must be a me thing, you know, but I don't know how to I don't know what to do with that. Like mentally, psychologically, I don't know what to do with it. I believe that there's a lot of people out there like me, you know, that are just trying to be genuine. And if I had a strategy that worked really well, I would be the first to say something. I've tried to explain in detail as best I can this edgeful thing, which seems to have a pretty good return. But, you know, I don't know what to make of that. I can understand these young 19-somethings that want a Ferrari and are just bullshitting to get subs, but you know what I mean. I'm going to step away here and grab something to... Well, yeah, I've always wondered if Tom doesn't have a big ownership in Bookmap, you know. But yeah, he obviously that's the reason they have him there, is because he promotes their tools, I guess. I mean, after all, it is sponsored by Bookmap, so the object, you know, good for Tom that no one has ever solicited in there, but obviously Bookmap wants everybody to subscribe and use their tools, right? I mean, why else are they doing it? They're not altruistic, I don't suppose. Just ask the Palestinian. Okay. I'm going to step away and grab something to eat and shower and stuff like that. I'll be back in a flash. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Are we on Bookmap? Yes, we're on the right window. Where am I? Who's on third? Yeah. Look at this thing here. It's a thing called Strength Level Add-on. Now, there's underflow, which is it's what it says when you Google over these is that. Whoops. Not Google, but you know. Detects iceberg orders within the transactions are bigger than the amount of liquidity in the order book might not work on some data source that do. So you see how this is here and these are up here, and I'm not sure what the X means. I didn't really look at these closely. And you can have it do voice alerts and all kind of stuff like that. And different sizes and everything. Or watch this. Watch my screen. That's helpful. Oh, yeah. I just laughed at that and thought, I can't wait to show this one to Anton. I have no idea. What it says is that detects iceberg orders when new limit orders are added to the order book shortly after the transaction. So, okay. Well, I mean, all you got to, in my opinion, all that needs to be done. This is the only thing that I downloaded was this. When you open Bookmap at night or whenever, it pops up a thing, you know, download this or download that, or you can select hide or whatever. And I downloaded this and because I thought we had been talking about, you know, strength add-ons and levels and stuff. So I did that, and I did the Python API, thinking that I might. If you use the Python API and you're good at Python, you could code any of these levels or session prices or any of that stuff that you want to, I think. But that's probably way over my head. Anyway, I did download it or install it. But yeah, that's I underflow. And release. So those are the two that I just thought this one was pretty funny. That'd be a big help. And of course, I'm sure you can filter it all around and do whatever you want to do with it. And I don't know what any of this does. Because once I saw what it did, it looked to me just exactly like a version of the iceberg detector, which is already around here somewhere. And, you know, icebergs on the chart, and where'd it go? Stops and icebergs on the chart. Well, that looks like this. And there they are, you know, same idea. So I think it's kind of the same. Don't know. But that's what I was talking about. Oh, wait, I don't want that. I don't think I want that. Hold on, nobody move. Stops and icebergs on the chart, I don't want that. Where's that a big thing? Bring that on. Okay, I don't want that. All right. Yeah. Well, yeah, of course, you know. My problem with Bookmap is I bought it, so I own the damn thing. And so switching would just cost me money. I have to pay something. But I bought it some time ago thinking that was the right thing to do, and probably was not. It was some kind of big sale that was going on. It certainly didn't cost me the retail price, like half of it or less. But anyway, I'm going to step away here and jump through the shower. I'll be back in a flash.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. IB low is taken. IB low is taken.
Okay. Well, I was thinking that that was the pullback, but again, as I said earlier, this kind of price action, I think, negates that, but doesn't look like it did. I'm not wrong. I think there's the ID thing, the Edgeful app, I think, has a time parameter you can put on it too. Get Dan here in a few. Yeah, I guess I just washed out right here, but I do have a problem when there's such a big gap and such a big movement in price, including a reversal, and then it comes back up to this retest. I guess you should just take every one of them, no matter what, but I'm not sure that that's the way to go, that I agree with that idea. I'm going to go get Tam here in a little while. It seems like it takes them longer and longer for her to get out. So I'm doubtful that I'm going to be back by 3. It seems to be she's supposed to be, supposed to leave at 2, but they keeps dragging on more and more. You know, sometimes it's been up to 3 before she's gotten out, so I'm going out later. Looks like that storm's supposed to be hitting over here pretty quick this hour, like sometime this afternoon. It is a little cooler. It's only 92. Well, only 92, but at least it's cooler than yesterday. Well, my eyes. I've been talking to the Edgeful AI thing. I got this far along. It doesn't have any data granularity less than 1 minute, or less than 5 minutes, it says. So based on 5 minutes, open, high, low, close, and this is what it tells me to do. So I'll try that when I get back from getting TAM and see what I can let you know. No, let's, they say high winds are going to hit into Houston this afternoon, so I don't know. I'm going to hit the road now and go out there and try to, hopefully she gets out of work in time to earlier and we can get back. I'm going to head out in about 5 minutes. And I doubt if I'll be back for 3, but but I'll at least check in and close the stream out. At that point, if anybody's around, I'll say hi. Yeah, I think that's a real good idea. And if this thing can't get it together, I'll do something else. But I think that's worth checking out. A very good idea. And I'll have to think about why I wussed out over here. And maybe I don't, well, obviously in this instance, it wasn't valid to think as I did, that this is too far an excursion for price and over too long a period of time for price to go down and up and still have the retrace to be meaningful. I'll have to check that out as well. Now I'm going to have to try to find my Levi's. That's an important part before I leave the house. See you in a bit. Well, that was pretty good timing. And now what are we doing? Closing swing trade in the market on close. No, closing swing trade. All right. Well, at least we got back. Yeah, thanks, Anton. I'll look into this AI thing with Edgeful, and then I'll get back here. I'm gonna miss the market on the market wrap up. Boy, this timing is really weird now. I don't know what to do about the stream. Here we are. There's our day. There's the complete session right there. So the yeah, it's a big sell-off, and it's a big dump, and we're closing on the lows. So this has not got a. This doesn't have a lot of encouraged upside, I wouldn't think. This is the IRT, Investor RT. Can't really get it to do what I want it to do. It's got big lags going on, but anyway. That's first. Here was the open, the gap down overnight, the open, and here's the day. Fairly balanced profile, actually. Something that's interesting to note here with IRT, however, is you see this gold line right here at the top, at the IBI, and you see the one down here at the bottom. That is a balanced profile volume-wise. If this profile went down to here, based on the POC and the volume, which is the center, this is the price at which the most volume transacted all day, that would be the balanced profile. Always on all the charts. That's the case with IRT. So that's where we are. Let's look at the, let's see, Trump was talking at 1, that's over with. Okay, I suppose. There's the market on close and balance. It's a sell side, buy side, sell side, buy side. Well, isn't that cute? These are 613 million. This comes out every day at 14.50, by the way. Let's have a look at what's going to happen tomorrow here. This is investing.com, which is my old standby news source. S&P PMI tomorrow. Both services, composite, manufacturing, new home sales. That's not a 3-star, but that's what we've got on the docket for tomorrow report-wise. And these are at 8:45, notice, instead of 7:30. The big conversation for the week now and for the next few days is going to be earnings, however. Today we had Intel. Yesterday we had both Alphabets and Tesla. And tomorrow, Exxon, the energies, right? Exxon, American Express, okay. So we've got three 3-star events tomorrow at 8:45, and the PMIs, the S&P PMIs, and we've got earnings. All right. And we have already, okay, don't reach the page then, I don't care. I'm not sure, what might have happened with the Trump dump. I don't see any, oh, he's trying to tout the investment in Intel because their earnings come out tonight. What a Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's where we are for tonight. Oh, and he's going to speak tonight again. Speaking at 1:30 at 18. Oh, and look at this. Change. Oh, wait a minute. Hold the phone. 15:30. So he's speaking in 30 minutes. And then he's going to speak again. Now he's back at 13:30. Now again, it's 15:30. So he can't get enough of the news. Mr. Microphone is going crazy. So there you go. Typically, welcome. Thanks for coming by. It's Risk Neutral Trading. It's my virtual trading journal. It's every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time, and occasionally I will do a Globex stream because I have a commitment to never take a live trade off the stream. So if I'm going to be analyzing some, market like Asia Open or something, and I may have an opportunity present itself, I stream it live so that I can take the trade. I only trade live. I only trade vetted setups, and I trade them live real time here on Bookmap. Never a recording, never a playback, always live, always real time, always the real market, and always real trading. So have yourself a great evening. Watch the storm if you're down around the Louisiana or anywhere, or around where I am. This whatever the hell its name is coming over to visit supposedly this afternoon or this evening. Yeah. I'm going to continue on with my back testing and whatnot here, and I am closing the stream down as usual. So have a great one, Anthony, Anton, whoever else is coming through, Magic. Anybody that I didn't see, thanks a lot for stopping by. By all means, drop something in the chat. Let us know who and where you are. And that's going to do it for me today.